Okay, it's instead of bludgeoning, it uses your strength modifier rather than bludgeoning damage for normal unarmed. Okay.
It's he just doesn't have any teeth, so he just gnaws on him real hard.
It's got very strong jaws.
He has no teeth, but he just clamps them really hard. It's crushing damage. He only has one singular large tooth along, just like a big bone growth along his top and bottom jaw.
Like scissors?
It's like a goat.
Just a walking vice grip. The next Sunday, same time?
Yeah.
Alrighty. I think I'm done. I got my weapons, I got my skills.
The only thing I would need is some notes, but functionally, I'm complete.
Just flop.
Is the no canine character class going to be a thing?
I don't know. Like, it's a lot of adjustment and stuff to really make it work for 5th edition.
Yeah.
I'm thinking instead.
Oh yeah, we'll just do it on my history.
I'm thinking instead I will give you guys, give noble animals some new feats that they can pick between at certain levels. Like, you know, natural kind of feats that just improve your capabilities. I'm just concerned about it being a little too overpowered, but at the same time, you can't make use of a lot of magic equipment. So, maybe giving you feats would probably help counterbalance things.
Yeah, I was just looking at the classes so far, so
Don't bother looking at the classes.
Uh, okay, I might have to write out a list and just send it to you in direct DM.
Things you're interested in?
Yeah, looking at the skills right now.
Okay.
All right. Does the ideas, bonds, flaws, and personality traits, are those acceptable? The soldier ones I just got from their sheet.
Hey, people, go place your troops. There's only me in here right now.
I'm in here.
I don't know the link.
It's in the chat.
Of the stream.
Well, I'm bad.
Otherwise, you can do !SC Raiders in the chat. Hey, Drogon, good to see you. Just keep in mind, those background, personality, and whatnot, those are meant as guidelines if you need help to roleplay. Or figure out how your character would act and stuff. They are by no means required.
Ah, okay. So I don't have to fill them out.
No.
I mean, I used the background from some of the Outlanders to guide my character's background, which it makes sense.
The what guide?
Just following the, lists for the Outlander background. Just if you just want to roll it,
Our modest
yeah,
fellowship
those kinds.
expands. Praise the sub.
Drogon, thank you very much for that subscription. Really, thank you. Alright everybody, hello and welcome to the stream. I am Rawzim, and I am working on some more Noble Wilds adaptation this evening. I've still got quite a lot of work to do, so let's go ahead and jump in and get started. Now, the main focus today is going to be on classes. Getting them all up to par for... Sorry. Getting them all up to par for 5th edition. But... I think I'm gonna refamiliarize myself with the growth mechanics in the Noble Wild to start off with here. Because by default, or the way they have it working is that you start off small, or start off smaller than you would be fully grown. And your equipment, or your bite and such is weaker as a result. And then as you level up, you also increase in size and such.
I realized that if I chose Detect Magic as one of my spells, it might have just been completely useless if I can't detect humanoid spells.
Sorry, what'd you say?
According to there's a feat that's called the Gift of Understanding, and so if you don't have the feat, Detect Magic spells won't be able to detect humanoid spells.
That is correct. Yeah, that is correct. That's how the I'm not entirely certain why they would do that, but I do get it at the same time. I mean, the somatic components that a wolf would have are completely different from the ones that a human would have for casting the same spell. The same goes for the fact that you don't have material components as well. The spells work entirely differently, they just have the same effects. But unless you are trained in recognizing, understanding, etc. of the other side, you can't. As far as the blood component side of things, I recommend going to the document I posted up in creator chat last night. I've reworded it and changed it a bit. That section is complete in the document. So, anyways...
So the other feats that I would want to recommend are eschew materials and greater eschew materials.
Some of these I may not allow, just so you know. Let me take a look at those.
Yep, eschew materials just allows spellcast noble animals to spellcast any spell that uses material components of 1 GP or less without taking damage.
And then you said it was greater eschew materials?
Yep. Which is the upgraded version of that.
I'm going to say no to those.
Alrighty then.
Because we have actually come up with a new mechanic that you can utilize. If you go look in the creator chat book, you'll see what you've got available, the Bloodstone.
Looking at it now.
What's wrong?
I'm super tired.
Well, wake up. Wake up. Guys, go place your troops. Festian, get your troops in there.
It's loading for me.
Festian!
Huh?
Festian! Troops!
Kill's over. Anyways.
Foxkent, go place your troops!
Fear, human fear sounds.
I don't even know where our troops spawn.
Or placed.
You can place them
Hello.
anywhere in the 2 blue zones.
Wait, I'm an idiot. Okay. That's awkward. Okay.
Drogon, we're not actually playing a game tonight. I am working on adapting the Noble Wild over to 5th edition. Or trying to. It's kind of complicated to do this.
Threat display, page 99.
You what?
There's a feat called threat display. It gets a +2 bonus on luck nativity checks.
What page?
99.
And what's it called?
Threat display.
I believe that there is a base 5th edition skill that or feat that would let you get access to that.
Okay.
I am mostly trying to move away from natural armor for ferals. Instead, going with the stances for when they actually, for the ones that are more combat oriented. Well, the Noble Wild was written for 3.5, and I'm just trying to get it adapted over to 5th edition. Also, apparently, Knight, you are a iguana now?
What?
Yep, Google has reassigned you to being an iguana.
Where? No, not an iguana.
You're an anonymous iguana.
Oh, but I'm logged in into my account.
But have you made it so that I can see that you're logged in?
I don't know how that would be done. That's weird. How do I make it so that my account can be visible in the...
How what?
How do I make it so that it's my actual email icon and not anonymous?
I have no idea. I'm good with you staying an iguana.
No. Okay.
Foxkent, no! You must all place your troops! Night Trotter! Festian!
I did.
You can
did,
place
my-
a troop every 5 minutes.
You idiot. And place my archer on the very, very far left when all your units are on the right.
And you can place a troop every 5 minutes, so place them!
Yeah, I just placed a tank, which does like nothing compared to you guys would say.
So that's, 1 minute for, another troop, and then you got 5 more minutes to place another troop altogether. So, place them!
Yeah, I can place one more troop after this. You're not planning on doing anything related to the deeds, right?
The deeds are a very interesting mechanic. I really like them. My only problem is, you know, humanoid players feeling left out. The deeds themselves are not very overpowered. I mean, for the most part, they basically just give you a use of a spell-like ability once per day, or a couple of times, and usually it's just a fairly basic ability or spell. Like, one of them is just jump. You know, nothing major. So I really like the deeds. It's just I don't want other players to feel left out. Because there's no similar mechanic for them in the game.
Couldn't they just be feats?
The problem with them being feats is the fact that you only get access to so many feats in the game. In 3rd edition and 3.5, you would get a feat every 3rd level, I think it was. And then you'd also get an ability score improvement every 4th level. But in 5th edition, roughly every 4th level, you get either an ability score improvement or a feat. So if I try and rely on feats too much, it's going to cause difficulties in that regard with, you know, trying to adapt them for... The feats in 5th edition are also very overpowered. Or arguably overpowered. And these ones, a lot of these ones, like the one that you pointed out, it just gives you a +2 bonus to bluff and intimidate. That's really not much compared to what most feats give you nowadays. So trying to convert them to 5th edition is proving complex. What I think I might do is give some of these feats a... like, possibly come up with a different name for them. I'll probably come up with a different name for them and work them on a different system altogether. And humanoids would probably be able to grab some of them, but they would have to start with a particular feat to begin with.
Our forces are pretty widespread.
They are pretty widespread, but at the same time, I think we can possibly take this on.
What class were you playing as? Martin, was it?
Martin is a race.
No, like what class were you planning to play as?
A mystic. The mystic is a unearthed arcana. Well, the one that I'm going to be playing as specifically is the fan adaptation of the official unearthed arcana class. Oh yeah, we got this. But we have nobody with max troops, which means that... Let's see here. Fox Kent, you had most kills. And Drogon, you had most assists. On to the next battle! Holy crap, we've got a lot of ways to go, and we've already missed out on a lot of, on several days worth of progress. These are a lot of tanky troops. Actually, I'm gonna bring my barbarian because he's got AoE. Right there in the middle. Go forth to victory! Oh, I hope you're okay, Fox Kent. I will be streaming for quite a long time tonight. I may not quite be on this when you get back, but I will be streaming for quite a long time. You know what? We will call feats noble traits. Or call these feats noble traits. And we will give one that will allow I think we will do these as every third level. Yeah. Well, maybe. A lot of this is going to definitely need a lot of playtesting. So, don't get beholden to anything in here, Night Trotter.
What makes you think I'll be beholden to any of it?
Like, don't anticipate it functioning the same forever.
Oh yeah, no, I don't expect that at all.
Alright.
Considering that character was created last session and then has to be completely scrapped now and then remade. Whoa.
Well, yeah, because Festian did this weird awaken animal thing. So it's all your fault, Festian.
Why did you throw me into the lake?
Because it's fun. Speaking of,
Hmm.
Jesus.
here, I'll even rename the timeout corner to the timeout lake.
Ah, you're out
There, I
already.
even renamed it for you, Night Trotter. Now it's the timeout lake.
So I'm guessing the Mystic doesn't have any shared spells with any of the other classes like Sorcerer or Wizard.
The Mystic is psionics. They are referred to as powers, not spells.
Okay, so any spells in these spell lists is not going to be applicable to Mystic.
Correct. Now, I will probably make power variants of... Because there is a lot of power variants of base spells in the Mystic handbook. But there are no... There's a lot of power variants of spells, but it's still considered a different thing. Like, instead of Firebolt, I have, I want to say it was like Psychic Lance. Same basic concept, same stats and everything, except it does psychic damage instead of fire. Compared to the Firebolt cantrip. So for those of you on stream, the reason why I keep making that joke of throwing Night Trotter into the lake is he plays an android wolf on Second Life. And so, you know, throwing him into the lake is a great way to be rid of his insolence.
I don't have insolence. I am programmed not to have insolence.
Well, your programming is faulty because you have a
Need
lot of
reboot.
insolence. I mean, after all, you're arguing with me, and that's a clear sign of insolence. Aren't I correct there, bird?
Yes.
I have been betrayed.
Good, bird. You can have some seed.
I was never on your side.
Bird's after a staff position, I think.
Too much responsibility.
Huh? You are very quiet right now for some reason.
Strange.
All I got out of that was strange.
Being staff is too much responsibility for me. Somehow set somebody on fire.
What about setting someone on fire?
I find a way to do it. By accident.
How about throwing things in lakes?
Awesome lake on fire.
You mean the lava lake?
Okay, I need a second copy of the player's handbook up. One to have on one page, another to have on a different page.
Yay.
Maybe 3 or 4 of them.
And maybe have a physical copy too.
I do have a physical copy. That's actually a great point. Maybe I'll pull out my physical copy and have it here too. Except I don't have anywhere to put it anymore. I rearranged my room and now I've got nowhere to put it.
I shouldn't even have a claw attack.
Who?
I shouldn't have a...
No, you... I'm thinking of giving one to you just so you have other options, but I'm not entirely certain.
I have the natural weapon bite, but I don't think I'd ever use it considering I'm a sorcerer, so I would want to try and keep my distance.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well.
So there's no reason...
But if you're ever cornered, you know what you can do.
Or, you know, be a sorcerer and use my spell.
Wolfab, what do you mean by that? I don't understand what concepts is?
Components?
Oh. So, the Nova Wild takes into account the fact that a animal would not be carrying around a bunch of material components. So, instead of the normal material components, they have blood components. They pay to cast their spells with their health. Basically.
Meaning of...
And then you didn't want to factor in natural armor, right? That was a spell looking at as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of avoiding, spells that give natural armor temporarily, those will possibly be kept.
I'll just skim through all the spells in the book and see what pops into as I.
You can hide underneath me.
Why would I need to hide underneath you?
I figure you're going to be exceptionally fragile.
Yeah, Wolfab. It's basically to get around the fact that they would not, have access to the material components. They have their own somatic components, which, you know, a human or an elf would cast a fireball in the same way. I always use fireball as the example. Anyways, So a human and elf would cast it with the same gestures, the same words, everything's the same. Whereas an animal, most noble animals don't speak common, let alone have access to the actual words of power. Most people say it's draconic. I don't think it's ever really specified what language magic spells are cast in. But draconic, I think draconic's pretty good to classify it as. But anyways, so most animals don't even have access to common, let alone other spell or other languages. So they cast them in their racial. It's usually, I believe, high fauna, meaning that's the language that all noble animals can use to speak with each other. Each individual, like, canines have their a canine language. Cats have a feline language, etc., etc. But they all have a high fauna, which is basically their version of common. And unless you have the gift of understanding, you cannot understand, okay, those are magical words in the animal language.
Okay, I have 5 spells that I was looking at.
Send the names to me in PM. So the noble traits will be different from feats. The gift of understanding I will keep as an actual feat. But I will bump it up a bit to make it better for... make it more in line with actual feats.
I'm so tired.
Are you tired? You went to bed.
Didn't sleep very well. I've been waking. It was off and on during the whole entire evening. Time I tried to go to sleep.
I would like a metal baseball bat.
Well, go to bed.
Okay. Sorry, so you don't need me?
No, I think we're good.
I might try posting one more unit before I go to sleep, though.
Drogon, did you fill out our form? There's the form if you haven't filled it out yet. I really wish I could get more people into these games. It's just the fact that we only have so many people. We have only so many DMs. So it's hard to really get a lot of people to... it's hard to get everybody in. But fill out that form, and I go in the order of that form. So if somebody doesn't work out with the group, then I go to that form to replace them. Or if they just, various things will cause me to have to, you know, seek a new player, and I always go to that form first. We'll go ahead and make this a... You what?
Zim, I think the last time I filled out that form, it was like a year ago or something.
Yeah, it can take some time. But I am proud to say that we have gotten it so that right now we're only going through people that have filled it out this year. So, you know, at least we don't have anybody waiting from last year still. Kind of a win. In a way.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so we got the Gift of Understanding. What was the other thing I was going to... Oh yeah, the animalistic nature. Heading to... Alright. Prerequisite. Nature proficiency. Or no, we're gonna do it proficiency in nature, in the nature skill. Availability. Humanoid. Benefit. Something similar. What do you mean by that, Wolfab? That is perfect, Drogon. That's exactly what I needed you to do. I'm glad you filled it out that way because, yeah, we prefer to know your normal availability as opposed to what you might be available right this second. So are you saying you're signing up to DM? Bow, 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 bow.
DMing in a year. So.
You what?
I'd consider DMing, but maybe after a year from now.
No, I don't know. Please explain.
I just explained.
No, you didn't. Ooh, we got lots of people placing their troops this time. Excellent. Alright. Part of my problem here is I keep jumping all over the place in this, instead of focusing on one thing. My ADHD is definitely showing.
You need help. What should we help you with then?
I have no idea. Well, start off by looking through the Noble Wilds 5e adaptation document and,
Yep. As anonymous iguana,
have you actually read through all of it?
I've read the fighting stances and the feats and the. I was watching you type up the feats.
Well, help me think up some noble traits. Let's start there. These are going to be things that improve your natural abilities.
Okay.
Alright, on to Stream Raiders. Man, we have a lot of people with max troops. Which is a bit disconcerting, because if you guys don't keep it up, we're gonna get slammed when it comes to battles later. Alright, victory is ours. Wolf Fab, you had most kills and max troops. Festian had most assists. Drogon, max troops. Night Trotter, max troops. Rational NPC, if you are here, please speak up in the chat so I can give you your crowns. The Barbarian Scroll goes to Night Trotter. Congratulations. Oh, you are actually here. Cool. Well, hello. There you go.
I feel like that barbarian scroll kind of is a waste on me because I don't know how this works.
Basically, those scrolls allow you to level up your troops.
But I don't even have a barbarian yet.
Well, you also unlock them using those scrolls. Oh god, 2 dragons? I will bring... What is my war beast? It's melee. I need my war bear backed up with healers, guys.
Sorry, don't have a healer yet.
Oh, I see how it is.
I'll just place my puny level 1 single barbarian next to your giant hulking beast.
Oh, you unlocked your barbarian?
Well, I figured out how now.
Actually, do some tanks near my war beast as well. Those would.
Yeah.
You'll have more opportunities to place troops.
Okay. So should I just try and refresh the scroll list to try and find healer scrolls?
Nah, it's not that big a deal. There's others with that should have healer unlocked. I don't know if I like this aggressive stance.
So the noble traits are just to enhance the natural traits.
Yeah. Like, I want to figure out a way to make it so that you can get up to par with your natural attack. Alright, let's go down here and do the race first. Let's start with the arguably easier option. Noble K9, here we go.
Wolfab, sure, you
Hey.
can spitball stuff.
Yeah, Wolfab, by all means, help us out. Like, the Bloodstone mechanic, that came from Seriocon. And that was a huge help. The document is posted in the creator chat channel on the Discord. So you can come look at it and see how it works yourself.
I can think of one noble trait, savagery. And what it does is basically increases your natural attack.
Go on. More details.
I'm trying to figure out how to.
Okay.
I don't know how exactly balancing works, but like maybe increasing your natural attack by like 1 dice size. Like, so if you do like 1d4, you would do 2d4. Okay. And like it increases based on the level that you are.
Well, you have a natural growth mechanic that increases your natural weapon damage and such.
Right, but this effectively, I guess, like increases it by 50%.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing is that I want to try and figure out how to properly put into the game.
Okay, let me go back to the natural attack list then. Because that was one of the wait a minute. That was one of the spells that I showed you, grant natural weapon, and it had a list of a table for just natural weapon damage.
Alright, so we're just gonna start with Noble Canine. We'll call it Noble Canid.
What page is the growth mechanic on?
No idea. I think it's at the start of the
size?
The size, yeah, that stuff.
Yeah, I think if we want to like put savagery as a natural trait, it could basically be like you're normally growing, but you get an extra 2. So like if your normal weapon damage was 1d4, you would do 1d8, and when you level up, if you don't have the trait, it would go to 1d. Sorry, if you grow.
Hey there, Buzzsaw. What is a weird phrasing? Yeah, I'm just... I don't know, it's all so complicated, and I'm still rather tired from just waking up. I mean, I've been up for a couple hours now, but caffeine hasn't quite kicked in yet. I think I'm gonna handle the growth system separate from the normal. Like, I'm gonna handle it separate from the, like, not just have it one size fits all kind of setup. Instead, it'll be different per race. Okay. Part of the problem that I'm running into is the fact that a lot of these races have a minus on various ability scores. And that is something that 5th edition has done away with. They have kept it for a few races, such as like Kobold and such, but I don't know. Do we have a non-actually bulleted list here somewhere? I don't think I want to use something like that, Wolfab. Not for melee characters.
Why not for the noble canine species? +2 to Dex, -1 to Con. Because it's overall a +1.
Well, normally it's overall a +3. I think we will keep the -2. We'll keep a -2 to strength. +2 Dex. And we will do a +1 to Con. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, so that's an overall 1 +1.
Yeah. But normally it's overall a +3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Somebody is an anonymous kangaroo.
Yeah, that would be Wolfab, I believe.
No, I think it's you because the iguana's gone.
What? Hedgehog. I see an anonymous hedgehog on my side.
Yeah, but that was... Well, if you see it up there, then that means it's not you.
Yeah. So I'm
so
not the
you
hedgehog.
see the kangaroo?
I suddenly turned into the kangaroo? What? Stop turning me into animals that are not a wolf. I did not sign up for this.
So we will start with Tiny for the base Noble Canid class, or race. The growth threshold, we're going to increase that a bit.
Oh no. So I'm going to be even tinier than the human in
No.
place.
That is for the base Canid. You will start as small as a wolf.
Alright.
Now we'll do it 3rd and 5th hit die. And we'll make it more impressive for that. Base speed, yeah, 30 feet works. Natural weapon. Bite, 1d3. Piercing. Alright, so Pack Tactics is part of the base game. I just need to... Monster Manual. Come to me! Boop, boop.
Yeah, I'll just place like tanks all around you.
Works for me.
Sad thing is, my tank is like a tenth of your health.
Yeah, but you'll be able to withstand their... You'll be able to withstand their attacks more easily. The ranged units' attacks. Specifically the dragon. Alright, so let's set this up properly. Availability. Yeah, we'll do predators or humanoid. Well, no, we'll just do this as only predators. And we'll add this in. Type. Predator, mammal. Alright. Then benefit. You have advantage on attack rolls against a creature if at least one of your allies is within 5 feet of the creature, and the ally isn't incapacitated. You know what? I'm gonna change this. Let's see. Because my only problem with pack tactics is I've never really felt that it should apply to ranged attacks. That's never really made a whole lot of sense to me. No, Drogon. There's only 2 players in this group that are noble animals. The rest are just anthro. Or we've got a human. But we don't talk about the human. The human's just our pack mule.
Toss you a noble trait potential. Based on that.
Alright, let me, give me just a moment and I'll go take a look. Yeah, we'll do that. I don't think we're gonna give keen hearing and smell to a, I don't think we're gonna make that available to prey animals. Though they might get access to keen sight instead. They rely on hearing or smell. Actually, light natural weapon attack. That does more than 1 point of damage. Because by default, your bite natural weapon, like a human biting somebody, that will only do 1 point of damage. So we're gonna do this. Alright, let's do the Stream Raiders. Wrong one. Oh yeah, I forgot I was in there. To the battlefield! Oh, that other dragon's completely ignored. Well, at least we'll wipe out one dragon pretty quick.
Yeah, look at my tanks go there and die up front.
Hey, you distracted them long enough for us to wipe out one dragon.
You're welcome.
Now we just
just
gotta wait
realized
for
I'm
my war beast to make it to the other side. You just realized what?
Oh, never mind.
What the hell kind of effect is on this dragon? That's what I want to
He's
know.
sparkling.
Yeah, lots of sparkling there, but... Wolfab, we have, stances that help out with, some of the damage differences. Alright, we've got Drogon with most assists. I have most kills. So we go to Retzel, who is not here. Retzel, if you are here, please speak up so I can give you your crowns. Otherwise, we've got Night Trotter with max troops. And that is it. Alright, Flying Rogue Scrolls go to Drogon. Congratulations. On to the next battle. The Sea of Dust. Oh, the Ancient Paladin skin. What the frick is this thing? And what is this reward? Gain
We
extra
are
tokens.
currently-
Play with captains in... Ooh.
We are currently trying to adapt Noble Wild 3.5 edition to 5e edition, so that we can use it for the D&D session that will be occurring on Sunday.
Yeah, Zoro. What Knight just said. We're working to adapt a 3.5 supplement to 5th edition for use in a, Yeah, Zoro, it is definitely very painful. Which is part of why I'm enjoying, that's why I'm enjoying streaming it, because I've gotten some great ideas to adapt things and make them better. Okay, so we've got a defensive zone right here. I don't know what will happen if we... I guess... I got no idea how this works. I suppose I will bring... Oh, so I guess the point of this is, like, we're trying... The idea here is that we are trying to protect this area, but there's nothing to actually protect, so I guess if we just place our troops here, they'll sit here. I don't know. Back to working on this stuff. Alright, so trip. Availability. Yeah, we'll stick it with Predator. Benefit. When you hit with a bite attack, you may attempt to trip the target, forcing them to make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. They must succeed on succeed against a DC of 8 plus proficiency plus your dex modifier. A certain someone decided he wanted to play as what is called a noble wolf, which is basically a sapient feral animal.
Not my fault that four-legged wolves were included as an option for a race.
They were only included because of silver in the first place. And then he never even played with it. And I never got around to deleting it. And now here you come and decide to do it. I'm throwing you in the damn lake again.
No!
There, I threw him in the lake. Yes I am, Kiro. You cannot resist the power of God! Or something to that effect.
Something or other. So if Trip is one of the noble traits, does it mean that as playing as a wolf, you don't automatically start out with it?
That is why there is this lovely little field here called starting traits. Yes, Kiro. Where the hell is my book? Night Trotter, damn it, you made me throw my book in the lake too.
I did it.
Send them back to retreat.
I mean, Zoro, I do own the Noble Wild supplement for 3.5 edition. Because I'm kind of one of those people that is like... If you... I like challenges. It's just that sometimes, you know, I start a challenge and then I realize just how in-depth this is. And how annoying it is, and how much I hate it, and hate the person for making me do this, and want to shove them in the lake again. And speaking of, I put him in the lake again. And now I guess I'll fish him out. There, you've been fished out. How do you feel about this?
I'm waterlogged now.
Okay, you smell like wet dog. It's okay.
I'm not even supposed to smell like wet dog if I'm synthetic.
Yeah, Zoro, we've got a bunch of homebrew stuff for our campaigns as well. This game will be streamed on Sundays. Starting next week. Hopefully it goes well. I normally like to, you know, hold off on streaming a new campaign for a little bit, but I kind of just want to get this one going. So we're just gonna YOLO it. And hope that everybody gets along.
Yep.
So far everybody seems to be okay, you know.
It will be a party.
Everything seems to be going fine already. I'm already being fought over as who I'm going to be a mount for between Zim and Berg.
Come to me. I'm the noble.
Don't worry, little doggy. I'll make sure you don't have a say.
You see what I have to deal with?
You'll be taken back to House of Delion, where you'll be trained as a guard dog. We're going intense muscle training. It will be pain.
Oh, by the way, Zim, did you see the Mighty Roar?
See the what?
I sent you a DM.
I'm busy on stuff.
Be less busy.
Once per day, you can use this feat as a standard action. Your Mighty Roar affects every opponent within 30 feet of you that can hear your roar and has a character level lower than yours. An affected opponent must succeed to make a successful charisma saving throw to negate the effect. That's a lot to process.
You use a spell, make a charisma saving throw. If you fail, you take a penalty on it.
Here's to
But that's not a
beginnings.
spell, that's something else.
I know, that's basically what it boils down into if you said it's too complicated.
We'll just do fear effect.
Okay,
Wolfgang463, thank you very much for that follow and welcome. So I did discover that apparently... Wait, Drogon, you weren't in the Discord? Jeez. Well, I'm glad you got a roll. And join, because when your turn came up for the, for joining a campaign, you wouldn't have been able to, join without being in the Discord. Okay, how does dark vision work in 5e? Because I'm not super...
If you have dark vision, then up to a range of, say, 60 feet, then in darkness, unless it's magical darkness, you see in darkness as though it were dim light.
Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, dark vision allows them to see in the dark within a specific radius. The monster can see in dim light within the radius as if it were bright light, and in darkness as if it were dim light. I don't know if I like that being on a player character.
I mean, I'm a sorcerer with the shadow origin, so I technically already have that.
I will throw you into the lake again. Alright, we'll go for it.
Like, it usually isn't a factor because a lot of times people just assume you're just carrying torches anyways.
The lake is named Timeout Lake. Literally, that's what the Timeout corner got renamed to, because specifically so I've got somewhere to throw night.
So far, it's only been night and timber once.
Well, I only threw him in there once because he was, to try and get his attention.
Still, he went for a dip.
it be having eyes?
What?
Nothing.
Good point. Has eyes. You can see in the dark up to 30 feet. I'm just setting it as a base.
No, I'm just saying the availability shouldn't be towards, I guess, since I'm pretty sure prey have good dark vision as well.
Fine!
I mean,
Oh! You happy? Up to 60 feet. I'm not gonna keep track of, which one has which distance. Just 60 all around.
yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
To run, there is research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. And while you're dying, I'll be still alive. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive. And when you're dead, I will be still alive. Still alive.
Still alive!
How much difference is 2E from 5E?
Uh, 3 digits.
They are entirely different. Dark vision, keen hearing, and smell. You will not start with trip. Well, for starters, Drogon, we no longer have Thaco to start off with. There's also the fact that from 3rd edition on, instead of having the lower your AC the better, it's now the higher your AC the better. Availability, we'll do Predator and Humanoid. Benefit. You have advantage on Wisdom Survival. Survival is wisdom based, right?
Yes.
Okay. God damn it. We'll do that. Ha! Fancy maneuvering.
Are you just pulling everything from animal monsters?
What?
Are you just pulling everything from animal monsters?
What are you
For
talking
these
about?
for these noble traits, are you just literally just pulling abilities from the monster manual?
No. Yeah, we'll add that. Why not? Prerequisite. We will say you need track to have access to this. Availability. Predator, humanoid. Benefit. You are able to recognize creatures you have encountered, or recognize and identify creatures you have, specific creatures you have encountered before by their unique scent. When they come within 15 feet of you. Wolfgang, your fireball has set Nighttrotter on fire.
But I should have been able to dodge it, shouldn't I?
You're a sorcerer. You
partially.
can't dodge shit.
I have decent decks.
Okay, roll 1d20 in the chat.
As deck save? Deck
Yep.
save or just a flat?
In the stream chat, because I'm not in Fantasy Grounds.
Oh, okay. Is it just roll d20
Exclamation
plus...
point, roll, space, 1d20, etc., etc. Well, you didn't put in the 1. The 1d20? You literally just told it to roll 0 dice. Unfortunately, that is a horrible failure. You were on fire. And don't worry, Wolfab. Go ahead and Wolfab, go ahead and roll 1d20 for me. We'll go this route.
How far I get thrown into the lake?
You both tied. I guess you guys re-roll to see whose ability was stronger. Because, Wolfgang, they're the one that threw the fireball, so let's see how strong that was. Oh. Unfortunately, Wolfab, that fireball's fire is just way too powerful for you to put out. And, Night Trotter? You there, buddy?
Yes. Can I just cast Frostbite on myself to put it out?
Unfortunately not with a nat 20.
What if I get a nat 20? Can I put it out then?
Nope. Because you didn't get a nat 20. You got a 7.
Can I just... I can't even yeet myself to the lake.
Yeah, this'll work. Languages. Canine and high fauna. Common if int is Stop doing that! For the love of all that is holy! I have gone back and made it lowercase multiple times! Alright, it is time for a battle. They've just got these giant siege towers. All right. So we have Wolfab with both most assists and most kills. And Night Trotter with max troops.
Yeah, I can't do anything else besides provide cannon fodder.
Hey, those help. Hey, enjoy your 3 tank scrolls. On to the breach. I shall bring my berserker this time. Yes. He will charge ahead, hewing a path of death, blood, and gore in his wake. All right. Next up, we have a subspecies. So heading 3. Subrace. We'll go ahead and just do all of these while we're in here. And I'm just gonna copy paste this. Alright, so the coyote will keep that 30 feet movement. They will start off as tiny as well. Now, Wolfab, Why would you accuse me of such heresy? After all, aren't we all here simply to serve the will of the blood god?
I'm gonna try and get into like just so I can wash myself off.
Why do you want to wash yourself off?
Being around made me feel wrong.
What? You're mumbling. Speak up. Speak with pride in your voice.
You're telling me to speak with something I don't have.
Then grow it. All right, Wolfgang. Oh, well, I guess if Night Trotter is taking walking away, I guess this is the time that I throw him in the lake. Oh yes, Drogon. It used to be the timeout corner, but I renamed it to be more fitting. Yeah, we'll give the Coyote extra constitution over Dex. Their growth threshold will be the same. The bite will stay the same. Type predator, carnivore, mammal. Yeah. Actually, most of these we will probably have be just, yeah, I think that's good. That's good for them. Hitting 3, sub-race. Noble dog. That'll stay the same as the noble canid. Yeah. They've got some extra info on here, but we're just gonna keep it this way. Subrace, noble fox. Now the fox will have a -3 to strength, a +3 to dex, actually no, a +2 to dex, and a +2 to intelligence. Yeah. Still just the everything else will be the same. Hey, Bird, are you in the fantasy ground still?
Nah, I left.
Damn.
Problem?
I just wanted you to check something.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that'll work. And then heading 3. Subrace. Wolf. Sorry. Noble wolf. Now this is where things get interesting. We'll keep their ability score adjustments the same as the base. Their size will remain tiny. Actually, the noble dog will have a higher growth threshold. Third and fifth hit die. The noble wolf will... Yeah, because we're gonna have wolves and such be able... all of these will start... Mirror, mirror on the wall, glimmering font or crystal ball, place or creatures we do seek, grant us now a spying peek. Languages are good, starting traits, type, all that is good. Um... Oh, right. We need to put that in there. We've got some kind of... I've got some kind of little bug that is just flying all over my room. It's driving me insane! Fox Kent and Wired, welcome to the stream. Seriously, hello, welcome. Greetings and salutations to you both. Your presence is greatly appreciated. Alright, now how the hell am I gonna handle the growth? Phone, what the hell are you doing? Oh god, it's stupid freaking goddamn fucking Facebook, go away! God, I wish I could remove that from my phone. Like, seriously? Okay. Plague and rot and creeping cold, feel the illness taking hold. Choke and cough and writhe in pain. Suffer poison in your veins. No, I really shouldn't be reading off these lines, considering that we do have an actual, Kobold Mark reward for me to read off sentences in various voices now. If you guys didn't notice that I snuck that in there. Alright. So, the Noble Wild gives players access to a specific character class for each race, which gives you all sorts of extra skill, like, it gives you various skills and an ability increase and stuff. Usually they're only 1 to 2 levels of class, but trying to convert those to 5th edition would be a nightmare. So instead, what I think I will do is set this as we'll do a heading 4. Noble Canid growth thresholds. First growth threshold. We will have we'll explain it up here. Increase. So with each growth threshold, the animal's natural abilities increase, and sometimes these also include size category growth increases. In order to attain a new growth threshold, you must reach the required number of hit dice from your classes. You know what? Just to make this more interesting, I think we might put in some requirements for kind of like the deeds, you know? Little things that you need to accomplish in character in order to progress. Yeah. Noble animals are not quite magical, and yet in a way they are. Their growth is often dependent upon deeds, upon accomplishments, we'll say. As well as experience in the world. However, they will grow naturally over years. Their average lifespan is equivalent to a human. Yeah, we'll go with that.
When did I get you into the timeout lake?
When you went AFK.
So I'm now just completely sucked.
Well, yeah. And you smell like wet dog. Alright, let's select everything, put it all to justified. Line spacing, add space after paragraph. Oh god, that's a terrible idea for this section. Remove space after paragraph. That was a terrible idea. Okay. Space after. Damn it! Add space after. Add space after. Space after. After. We're gonna increase this to size 12 just to make it stand out a little bit. Hey, Howard Bus, how's it going? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how the best way to make animals, you know, sapient animals work in D&D. I'm utilizing a supplement from 3.5, but that only goes so far. uh... How are you, Howard Bus? Oh no! Why? Why are you so tired? Do I need to spam you with, hug stickers? Oh, yeah, this year's definitely been a very long year. That much is definitely for certain. York Rack, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Alright. How do I want to word this? Requirements. Since these requirements are in addition to I'm actually gonna have all these underlined as well. And that suddenly made it show up over here. That is not what I wanted. There. Oh, I can just remove these? Excellent. Well, I don't need all of the sub-races put over here. Or all of these stances. They're nice, but I don't need them all here. There. Alright, so for the first growth threshold, they will need 3 HD. Accomplishment. And we'll do a bullet list here. Successfully solo hunt a medium-sized or larger, or a size medium or larger prey animal. Successfully pull off a con against a human, against another creature. Only for noble foxes. 'Cause, you know, foxes are crafty and that's how they're gonna be, Foxkent, our next Dungeons and Dragons stream should be on Tuesday. This last week, for various reasons, all of them wound up getting canceled. But this Tuesday, we should have Echoes of Eberron going. Oh, wait, no. This is our skip week for it. I'll have to get back to you on that, Fox Kent. Probably on Wednesday, possibly on Tuesday. Otherwise, we've got this one going on Sundays. there. I posted on the Discord to see if people would actually be up for playing this week or not. So yeah, it'll either be on Tuesday or Wednesday. Our healer is trapped behind the frickin' archers. Oh no! All right. We have Lightning Dragon with most kills. We have myself with most assists. Nobody else was really up there enough to give that reward to, though. Sorry. Night Trotter, you had max kills, though.
I did.
Or, sorry, max troops. And the gold goes to Lightning Dragon. Congratulations.
No way I have the most kills. I have all level 1 units.
On to the giant melee. Well, I mean, your troops will get better and better over time. I will bring my Centurion to this one. Guys, I'm going to step away for a moment. I will be right back. We'll leave you in the capable hands of Night Trotter for entertainment.
How am I capable for entertainment? Great. Can't really sing a song. It's kind of nighttime here. I don't own this channel. It's not mine. I never asked to own this channel. It's like midnight. My brain's not functioning right now.
He was an absolute disappointment.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, I suppose. I suppose if you guys want a song... I don't know what to sing. Computer, tell us a joke.
What kind of shoes do ninjas wear? Sneakers.
Wolfab? What? Oh, random Martin GIF. I can do that. Except you didn't roll. You gotta do the roll. That's what you're supposed to put in the chat, in the text box. It doesn't know to roll without the roll part. All right, number 38.
Do a barrel roll.
I didn't mean to do that transition. Oh well. I was just gonna fade it in. It's the Martin enjoying his, the Sable enjoying her, breakfast, you see? Peaches and cream.
I am so confused right now.
What do you mean?
Martin again? Rolling?
Are you watching the stream?
I just see, I just see the document.
Are the Pokemon at the bottom of the screen moving?
Yes.
You might be, super behind.
Yeah, it's super behind. Ugh.
That is a Martin Nightrotter. Specifically a Sable.
Yeah, that's why I kind of try not to watch the stream while being in the Discord call, because like the stream is like at minimum 10 seconds delayed for me.
Well, yeah, but you can still, you know, have it up. Anyways, back to work. Well, I guess since you guys want a song and I'm feeling rather tired, I'll go ahead and do a different song here. Hopefully I've got all the lyrics right. I might not actually sing the full thing myself, but this one sounds good. We need to come up with those for a noble canine.
Which one do we need to come up with?
So basically, kind of like with the deeds, actually, is it often dependent upon rites of passage? Kind of like, you know, rites of, like the, it's following the same concept of, rites of passage into adulthood. Also, why did my music stop? Really, Adir? Hey there, how you doing? Challenge a noble, a predator, noble animal to a duel, or of a size equal to or greater than your own, to a duel and win. Neither side can use it must be a fair fight. We'll put that in there. For example, if you challenge a wizard as a fighter, or if you challenge a fighter as a wizard, actually, we'll go back here. It must be one with only natural abilities. Unless both parties agree otherwise. Ooh, that gives me another idea, Nier. Thank you. Travel to the peak of a mountain and howl at the moon. Yeah, I like that. Without... without travel assistance. So basically, you can't hop in an airship, jump off on the peak of a mountain, and howl and meet this requirement. No, you gotta go from the base to the peak.
You know, this is making me want to rechange my race from noble wolf to a noble fox.
Why?
Because I want to pull off a con on someone.
I mean, you can still do that. It's just that that's only a rite of passage for a fox.
Fair enough.
You can always do that as a wolf, though.
It just doesn't seem in character for a wolf.
Well, no, that's why it's a rite of passage for a fox. Yeah, you know, that's a great idea. That's a great wording for it in here. Make a pilgrimage to the peak of a mountain and howl at the moon. And I'll remove the without travel assistance part. Because pilgrimage is kinda, you know... you know... A pilgrimage is kinda, it's kind of implies that you can't just take an airship to the top. At least to me, anyways. I don't know, what is the technical definition of a pilgrimage? Thanks, Google. Pilgrimage, noun, a pilgrim's journey. Absolutely what I was looking for. Oh, or verb, go on a pilgrimage. Gotta love it when, you know, they're like, let's use the word in the definition.
Clap, clap, clap.
Just, we'll leave it as it is. We'll let the DM decide what qualifies as a pilgrimage. Oh, okay. That's where I am. Okay. Growth benefits. We will give them +1 strength to help them overcome the minus. Base speed 40 feet. Or no. +5 feet. Natural weapon. Yeah, kinda Drogon. Natural weapon change. It will still be the bite, But instead of 1d3, it will go up to 1d6 piercing and finesse. Bonus traits. So they will, at this point, get access to scent recognition and... Did I already give them track? Yes. I think I'll wait on Trip a little bit. Oh, right. This is only effective against a creature up to one size category larger than you. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to allow a little itty-bitty wolf to trip a dragon. No.
I was not going to try and do that. I have common sense of reality.
Oh, it would definitely be funny for, for them to try that, but... not necessarily, Fox Kent. These are basically just... The noble part just differentiates them from common animals.
Could just call them awakened.
Awakened is different. Noble animals are born this way.
Huh. That might lead to some conflict with my backstory.
Well, then change your backstory. Because technically an awakened animal cannot pick up, they would have to go in and learn how to have a class in the first place. Plus, noble animals live a lot longer than a,
So if a noble animal is born that way, so would their parents be, like, also noble? Like...
The concept of the noble wild pulls from, are you familiar with the Chronicles of Narnia?
Yes.
Basically the talking animals in that. So in that book series, the talking animals were the noble animals of the world. Whereas, and there were still normal animals. They were not all noble. They were not all talking. It's just that some of them had the ability to... They were actually sapient, you know? Well, that's the concept behind the noble wild. It's basically along the line, following the same lines as, the talking animals from Narnia. If I want to get really in-depth here, I'd probably give you guys your own little pantheon and such that you worship. I might do that at some point, but not right now. It's more of a kind of mutual respect as opposed to outright worship. It wouldn't be like, you know, a cleric bowing and scraping at a temple. It'd just be like, yeah, that guy's the one that gave my great, etc. grandpa the ability to talk. Alright, anyways. I will give them animalistic tactic. No, we'll save the animalistic tactics for the second growth threshold. For now, it will be scent recognition and trip. What do you mean, Fox Kent? Actually, the howling one will be only for noble wolves. The noble fox. Oh, okay. That's just one thing that that is specific to foxes. I'm really not going to get that in depth on this. It's just that, you know, foxes have that ability as opposed to hunting, various things. Alright, so here we also need to adjust the size. Size change. Small. So yes, at level 1, you will be a tiny sized little pup, Night Trotter.
Then wouldn't it be loyal as a wolf? Or...
I would say loyal as a dog. Alright, Stream Raiders. I want to get these races and at least the classes relevant to our upcoming game figured out.
Well, I took a look at the sorcerer, and the only thing it was there was just with familiars, which I think was only a 3.5 thing, because familiars aren't the 5e thing for sorcerers.
Well, you want to look at the actual class in the 5th edition player's handbook, and we need to figure out what would and would not fit for them. Another victory! Thank you all so much for your assistance. Lightning Dragon, you had most assists and max troops. And then we have Wolfab with most kills. And that's it. Alright, Night Trotter, congratulations on the gold.
I can't use it. I'm a
Yes,
wolf.
you can.
What do I need with gold?
Ooh, Mage Scrolls. Cool. You can absolutely use gold. Holy crap, that is a lot of slimes. Good thing my barbarian is back up. Slime party, definitely. Alright, back to this. Alright. Now for the second growth threshold. Requirements. Oh, wait. I didn't, reduce this back down to 11. 5 HD. God damn it, turn off the bold. 5 HD. A rite of passage. Actually, we'll call this a rite of adulthood. Just to differentiate them. Rites of adulthood. Bullets. Alright. So to get the rite of passage, it's a prey or larger, or a prey animal. For rite of adulthood, you need to hunt you could hunt a predator animal. I'll turn it up for you. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will flow away. Till a tear constantly your one-up God. So, for example, you could go hunt a bear. And actually, I'm going to reduce these down. The growth thresholds are a little high, I think. HD. Oh, second HD. Yeah, that's right. second and fourth hit die. I'm just gonna do it as HD. Not DH. H. Oh, for the love of... Brrr! There. Oh, alright. Have a good night, Wolffab.
Have a good night, Wolfab. Alright, so what did you want me to do with Sorcerer? Like, go to the 5e edition and look at what would work and what would not work for noble animals?
Just point out anything that you think would not work for a noble animal.
All this starting equipment.
Okay, obviously I'll go through that stuff.
like nothing from the starting equipment will work.
I'm aware. I'm meeting the actual abilities and such.
Alright.
I'll handle proficiencies and whatnot. We will remove the space after paragraph for those. Oh wait, we'll keep it there. What are you on about with kobolds, Judgment's Kiss? What other rights of adulthood should we allow them to utilize? Judgment's Kiss, something that is appropriate, please. Night Trotter, you're the one that's the noble wolf here. What kind of rights would you? What kind of passage? What?
I'm trying to think of something.
Why would alcohol tolerance be a thing that they would need to have? Well, yes, but what kind of quest? Not really, Drogon. Some do.
I mean, one that I could think of is like leading a successful hunt on something. But you've already got the solo hunt there.
Yeah, I've already got a hunting thing. These are meant to be things that they could accomplish without needing to, like, without having, like, a pack around kind of idea. Where's Seriocon? He was really good with these. Or she. I'll go ahead and come back to this. Get the growth benefits in here. Yeah, and so it can be something involving proving themselves in their party. That could absolutely be something that they have. Those aren't necessarily always something in a D&D world. But that's not a bad idea for other things, or for other options. Natural weapon change. Bite 1d, or no, 2d4. Piercing, finesse. Claws. 1d6 slashing. Finesse. Just to give them another option at that point. Bonus trait. And this is where they get animalistic tactics. The problem with having it based on a quest is the fact that, you know, it's up to the DM what kind of quests they have available to them in the first place. But we could put in here, complete a quest of the DM's design. And we'll go ahead and add that here. To prove your personal capabilities. We'll say that. Give the DM a little guideline on this. Solo or with your group up to the DM. To prove your capabilities within a pack or your party or your group. We'll just keep that same thing. Well, this is why I'm leaving it up to the DM. This must involve your group. There. That way the DM has leeway and can figure out, okay, we'll do this. In fact, maybe we'll just get rid of all of these and have it be complete a quest. Because I kind of like that idea. Not really, Drogon. They don't really have any particular special religion. Alright, sorcerer. Since we do have a sorcerer, we'll go ahead and just start on adjusting that class as needed. Just scrolling down to the sorcerer class now. So much stuff. Alright, here's the sorcerer. Oh, thank you, Fox Kent. This is definitely exhausting me, though. Just like, this is a lot of brain power. Big brain time! I love how the Noble Wild is like, oh yeah, you could just have a human familiar. You know, just a human that's wandering around. You know, that's a great idea, Drogon, and thank you, Fox Kent. Let's have ourselves a Martin GIF. You didn't actually roll, so please roll, Drogon.
Hi.
Welcome back. Did you sleep?
Angel.
Yes, I think for 2 hours and a half.
It's literally in the description of the... Drogon, it's in the description of that little thing. There you go. 31. Oh, I don't think we've had this one before.
Don't mind me, I'm going to make crinkly noises.
So, this guy is a Pine Marten. While he's got the, while his chest is not the normal, golden color, golden orange that Pine Martens have, his is more of a faded off-white. You can tell that he's a Pine Marten based on the rest of the body there. Where it's got that rich, kind of chocolatey color to the fur. Beech Martens tend to have a more, muted, just, kind of a dull brown color for the rest of their coat. Also, I cannot imagine how much those claws have got to hurt. But the guy doesn't seem bothered, so it might be that the Marten's actually really good with their claws there and not actually digging in that much. But I love that the Marten just climbs him. You know. Pine Martens in general can get quite large, as you can tell. I mean, this thing's pretty sizable. They get up to they get larger than a house cat. A sable tends to stay pretty much about the same size as a house cat. whereas a pine marten can get much bigger. Still relatively small, but, you know, they get pretty big. Yes, hi, kitty. I was talking about cats, yes. Oh yeah, much more active than a house cat. They definitely like to run, they like to jump, they like to climb. They are the hardcore parkour animal. Not generally, Fox Kent. Alright. Back to the work. You know what? I'm gonna put...
I guess we just need to get distracted by something cute for a moment.
Well, somebody redeemed it, and I needed that small break, because... Holy crap, I'm getting worn out by this.
Yes, words.
I'm not quite sure how I can help. Just
It's okay. It's okay.
Words are always a problem. But they're also important to know what's going on. 'Cause you can't use
Alright.
pictures for everything.
Yes, lots of braining involved here.
Because you have to break down something, then reposition it in a way where it makes sense for the 5e. I think.
Let me take a look at what the book offers.
for Origins?
What?
What the book offers for what?
Equipment and items and such.
Very few that will work for quadrupeds.
I'm talking about the Noble Wild book.
I don't recall seeing any equipment within the Noble Wild book.
Well, they've got things, I'm wary about, calling them this, but, you know, it does...
Yeah, I see the word. I see what you're talking about.
The particular word that I don't exactly want to say on stream.
Yep.
The only limits on how many of these objects a character can have are practical ones. How many glowing mice do you wish to have trailing behind you on an adventure? Do you really want to appear to be infested with glowing fleas? Okay, so this word has multiple definitions to it. And the reason I want to avoid saying it is because...
Just call them fishes. Fishes.
I'm worried that automated algorithms will hear this word and, you know,
just say fishes.
We'll call them fishes.
I was also laughing at this when I read it. It's like, okay, sure, we could create fishes.
I mean, literally one of the definitions of this word is an inanimate object worshipped for its supposed magical powers, or because it is considered to be inhabited by a spirit.
That is a definition I've never heard before.
That is a definition of it. It's more of a, I mean, there's a reason why they use this word to describe the other thing I'm trying to avoid talking about. Because this word does fit. It's some kind... I want to say that it originates from Africa, but I'm not certain on that.
And then someone used it for something else.
What?
At one point.
Oh yeah, it got a second definition added to it later on in the history of the world, and it does understandably fit, but it makes it very difficult to say this on stream.
Unless we have to find another way the word without having it inappropriate. And there's this random picture.
Neon, I mean, this month just started, but you don't have to do a monthly donation. I greatly appreciate it. It's just, don't feel like you have to. I never want you guys to feel like you have to help or donate or anything. But this month did just start.
It's fine. I'm just waiting where I can do my tier 3 sub. But I have to wait for the beat to it, well, you know.
My Twitch Prime has expired, so I cannot sub anymore.
Doesn't mean someone can't sub for you. Anyways.
Well, Neon, I really greatly appreciate it. It would be a huge help, especially right now. Let's go ahead and do the Stream Raiders. You know what, Google, we'll go ahead and use one of your similar word suggestions here. And does the book use totems? I know that the Noble Wild has a class that they call Totem.
Resplendent offering.
And also, I do know...
well, happy early birthday, Neon, and thank you so much.
Well,
let me double check this totem before we start this battle.
There
Yeah, the
is totem in regular D&D.
What is it in regular D&D?
I think it's related. I think they're related to barbarians. I think.
Wait, it's also related to druids, where they have a focus totem for spellcasting.
Yeah, this we'll use totem anyways, I think, because it would fit well and not be a you know.
Another way to make it more specific, called a spirit totem.
We could. Well, no, I'm gonna avoid that.
What? Just an idea.
Not a bad idea. I just don't want to really do that. Alright, we managed to slaughter all of those slimes. Lightning Dragon, you had both most kills and assists. Fox Kent, you had max troops. And then Neon, I know you've said in the past you don't really care about these, but I feel like I need to do them anyways, so... Oh my god. Okay. Not quite that much.
You're giving him more of the stuff to cause issues later.
More crowns? Yes.
Jeez, my Twitch stream is like a full minute behind.
Refresh it. And the gold goes to Fox Kent. Congratulations. Now we're gonna go for this loyalty token chest. That sounds fun. Oh god, enemies will be revealed.
Chocolate?
What?
There's like a bird, like literally dipped itself in the chocolate fountain.
Oh yeah, I've seen those before. Those gifts. Let's go ahead and upgrade our... Well, there is a gif of that. Upgrade our flag bearer, upgrade our mage.
It'd be fun to clean that bird.
Yeah, I don't think I'd call it fun.
I always be sarcastic because I know it's horrible getting them to behave themselves to let you clean off the, their poor stained white feathers. I'm worried about it being too. Don't want to walk about.
All right. So I guess that is a... Let's open up a second copy of these books. Or this book. So that way I can have one on one thing, another on another thing. Again.
And now you need more monitors.
Yes, I do.
Or one giant screen so you can shrink it down into a size where you can see most of them.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Well, happily hey there, 2v1. Welcome. I'm afraid that the Dungeon Master might have a disagreement with that Sith.
Which one? The Dungeon Master or the master of the stream?
We will call myself the Grand Dungeon Master. But yes, hello everybody! I am currently working on adapting a book from 3.5 to 5th edition. So that way we can use it in an upcoming Dungeons & Dragons stream starting next Sunday.
Maybe you can prep the character more correctly beforehand so it can have the character ready. Once you're able to do that.
Starring Custian as the Dungeon Master.
Okay.
Myself, Knight, and Zim as players.
As well as
Who's in
3
here?
other players.
Yeah.
Oh,
and,
hi, yes, yes.
Yeah, I've heard you right now just doing character stuff. And one of the character stuff is the most complicated thing, is pretty much what Razim's trying to fix.
Yep. Or Knight.
Nobody's the dungeon. What? You guys are making no sense.
Which one is
What
there
are you
making
on about?
sense?
You can't be sure of that.
It's not really a dungeon, it's more of a venture.
What fun is there in making some sense?
A mess of adventures of this odd party of.
Okay, so this
human-
thing is basically their version of a potion.
Huh.
Which means that doesn't really... I don't really care about that. We'll move on to a different thing.
Because you can always have someone else make you one that has herbalism. Or murder you with it as well, because it's not really a healing potion, it's a poison.
Alright, So, gifts are basically like magic rings, I guess.
Greater totems are basically wands, except within the body of a creature.
Actually, I thought that was a just different thing. Also, the next coming weekend, I'm gonna stock myself with something that's caffeinated. That's more than just soda.
I'm trying to come up with something that we could give a sorcerer to make up for the lack of equipment. I think we're not going to follow the normal... the way that the Noble Wild handles the items and such. Because in that one, it really is designed more around your characters, like Noble Wild characters just don't care about Or they don't... They're meant to be traveling with other noble animals. As opposed to
like
with humanoids.
I feel like with the starting equipment, all it does is it gives you extra attack abilities. Whereas since you're already a noble beast, you already have natural attacks.
Yeah, so I can take away the weapons, no problem. That's not a problem.
What about the dexterous creatures that actually have hands?
We'll deal with those when they actually come up.
Okay.
And by that, I mean I'm just going to say no because I don't want to balance for that.
I know.
I mean, maybe they can find it later, but
No.
No.
So we don't want to.
So what if Bird gives the monkey a sword?
I will put you in the lake again.
No. Oh.
He's in the lake.
Okay. So no Stip's character, but that's actually wild magic, so they're kind of random. They're all wild mage on top of it.
For those of you who don't know, Zim likes booting me out to a timeout lake.
Oh my god, you guys, I'm gonna... Adair, I'm throwing you into the lake again. Or for the first time. Adair, get into the voice chats, just so I can move you to the lake. Alright. To make up for the lack of...
Okay. The lack of equipment, but you get the bonus of your natural attacks as well as traits. So I think it balances out in that part, because if you're a normal race, you don't normally get a natural attack. You have your equipment.
So Noble Animal Sorcerer does not start with any weapons, component pouches, or foci. They may choose to have arcane runes that are either always visible or only visible when casting a spell. These runes may or may not glow.
You can't use them to make yourself be able to see through the dark for the other individuals.
To make up for the lack of this stuff, I will give them proficiency in survival.
I mean,
You mean what? I've been waiting for you to finish your statement.
Like, wouldn't all the noble animal spellcasters have the proficiency to make up for having no equipment, or wouldn't any class of noble animal would just get proficiencies instead of equipment?
Well, yes. I'm basically going to give them proficiency in survival. Do you have a problem with that?
I just think it would be extremely inefficient to write a noble animal X class has proficiency in survival like 10 times.
That's fair.
That was pretty much the only thing I was thinking of.
That is heading to...
No, Drogon, I sank like a rock. He just throws me.
Yeah, I throw him and he just sinks. A noble animal does not gain any weapon proficiencies. Instead, just having proficiency with their natural weapons. A noble animal does not start with any weapons, component, pouches, foci, etc. They do start with a pack.
Don Mackey, also called The Path, was released on April 7th, 1997.
Alexa, what the hell are you going on about? Alright, so they do start with a pack. Now let me go take a look. Not this one. Alright. All noble animal adventurers start with a specialized pack of equipment designed by the Master Druid Eric's Prim. We did complete an adventure. Actually, no. Instead, by the merchant Greaves. This pack of equipment, or this pack is designed so that the wearer is able to obtain equipment from it by themselves. However, it may not be easy to do so. It is not shoddy, it is of the finest Greaves Incorporated craftsmanship. Speaking of Festian, Greaves will need to make regular appearances in the campaign.
Okay.
You know, just so you know.
It's maybe what's shoddy?
You what?
What's shoddy?
The pack is not shoddy. Like I said, it is the finest quality.
They're just a bit.
What they don't know, though, is that Greaves leeches a little bit of their the magical properties that cause them to be noble animals for his own purposes in payment, you know? No, Moriarty does not exist in other games. Greaves really is a inter-universe traveler. But he's just a merchant. No worries. Now, Festian, give me your best gnome voice.
Nope.
Yes.
I'm not really good at doing that.
You gotta work on it.
I know. This is...
Oh, now Night Trotter's become a blobfish.
What? Why am I suddenly changing? I did not ask for this.
We didn't ask if you asked for it. It just happens. The viewers have spoken. You must work on it. You must be prepared.
I don't even know what the character's supposed to sound like.
He's a gnome. This pack is slightly magical in nature, and cannot be destroyed.
Oh, I just remembered. Gnomes don't really exist in that universe.
Well, Greaves is still going to have to show up.
Maybe he appears from a portal from some other
Why-
dimension.
Well, yeah, that's what he does. He just appears. He's just a merchant. But he transcends space, time, and everything. He's appeared in the Starfinder campaign and all of the D&D campaigns. He's even made an appearance in the Lancer campaign. Just out of nowhere.
But also, halflings are also kind of not common to come across either.
What does that have to do with with Greaves?
Nothing.
Well, then what's the problem?
Hmm.
Alright, retrieving items from this pack can take several rounds, depending on the size of the item attempting to be retrieved. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's good enough. Now, as far as actual items inside this pack, right. With this saddle pack, and we gotta do the trademark on it. Definitely gotta do the trademark. How do I do? I have no idea. What even is the term that I'm looking for? Ah, superscript. There we go. Now we can go back to normal. I'm gonna have some fun with this section. Lots of trademarks. Okay, it is... What is the shortcut for this? Control plus period. Perfect. There we go. Let's see, what else? Claw Sparks. Again, another trademark of, you know, Greaves Incorporated.
I'm so confused right now.
I'm basically renaming a bunch of,
I get the renaming, but, I don't know who this Greaves is.
Greaves, he's a merchant. Don't worry, you'll have met him, you'll meet him in the game, you know? Alright, so we got the saddle pack, camel hump, claw sparks, a cushion, a blanket, head mounted Torch-O-Matic 1000 trademark. Hooded lantern attached to the head. I'm having fun coming up with some of these things. Night Trotter kept complaining about equipment. Well, I'm fixing the equipment problem.
I was not complaining about it.
You were complaining. You were like, yeah, I can't really use any of the equipment. It's so boring, and I don't have any use for it.
Noble
And
animals
it's just dumb, and I want to be able to use it, but I can't, and it's dumb, and I can't use it, and I wanna. So now you can. Say thank you.
I feel like I'm being browbeaten into submission here.
Then thrown into the lake again.
There. I mean, the problem is, Neon, the fact that they gotta remember they have these items. Unfortunately, you kept giving those to the Friday group, where, I mean, they didn't start off understanding all of the stream mechanics and stuff, the ethereal influence, etc.
I know. But I'm not the one that's getting influenced. I'm just...
Nowadays, I mean, there's other things you can do to influence a game other than just throwing items at them. Which is what you tended to do, is just throw items and then, you know, get upset when they didn't use it. Well, do neat things. Don't just throw items. I mean, you were involved in the whole Tato's leg being replaced. Alright, so we have Toshime. Most kills, max troops. Spasmodius, if you are here, please speak up so I can give you your crowns. The friendly Festian. Have you been upgrading your troops, Festian?
Yeah, best as I can. Because
Okay.
I don't really pay money on it.
Well, you don't have to pay money.
So it's going to take me a moment to get anything to actually improve them.
You don't have to pay any money. I mean, you pay gold. How much
Yeah, I
gold
know.
do you have now?
I just used it.
Oh. Well, what do you mean by that, Neon? Let's see. So next up for most assists after Spaz would actually be Toshime. So there you go. Oh, so I got 6 event tokens, which is really nice. The Bomber Scroll goes to Toshime. I'm hoping you guys get your own tokens as well for us hitting that particular chest.
Yeah, well, I got 3.
You got 3 tokens?
And both from
Yeah.
the battle, and then 4 from the chest, which was the silver,
perfect.
which was the silver chest.
So you guys did get stuff from that. Excellent.
I'm not sure when I'm supposed to create a new character because I have to go to sleep really soon.
Well, you can create a character another time. I wanted your input on this stuff, but you've given me nothing.
I mean, I don't really know what you're looking for input because
I have asked multiple times on things.
I mean, I've tried offering some stuff, but
Well, here we go. Mess kit, which is the self-cleaning food bowl. We got the tinderbox covered. We've got a lantern, or at least light. I mean, most of you will have dark vision anyways, or most of us, so it's not
Except a
like you
certain
really...
human.
You don't really need the head-mounted Torch-O-Matic 1000. But still.
Like you can stick it on the human's head.
No, it'll only work for a feral.
Okay. I was just making a joke because it would be really silly. But he's not there to defend himself. Is he actually there or are you snoozing? I was referring to Bird.
Premium kibble for all noble animals.
He is kind enough to give you food, and you're going to mock it?
I am looking at the name and reading it out loud. Premium kibble for all noble animals.
No, it is Greaves Incorporated, grade AAA premium kibble for all noble animals. Registered trademark. The full name. You know, you gotta say the full name there.
So is that what we're changing the rations to?
Yes.
I'm guessing...
At least, you know, for the first starting set.
I'm guessing that non-noble animals would not find it edible.
Oh, of course not. In fact, it might prove fatal.
That's what encourages you to do something that normally a certain predator animal goes to. Go hunting. Because the cities are going to be very, the towns and that are going to be very spread out.
There. All Greaves Incorporated products are provided as is with no guarantees as to quality, healthiness, or supply.
That's the... Okay, I'm not gonna say it.
If you have a problem, Mr. Groundhog... Oh, sorry, no, you're an otter. You will be more than welcome to take it up with his PR department.
I don't even know how to contact the PR department.
Well, you see, you have to start with a sacrifice. You have to make a sacrifice to the PR department, and then a massive... and then, of course, you'll also need to make a wisdom saving throw to avoid insanity immediately. Because, you know, his PR department is Cthulhu. So just follow standard procedures for summoning Cthulhu. If you need help with summoning him, Neon can help you.
I will pass. Thank you very much.
At some point, something seems to have gone terribly awry, and I wish I was here earlier to have the context.
I was making a lot of comments about you, but you weren't saying anything. As in trying to put a hat on your head that's really meant for animal folks. That has a torch attached to it.
Alright, so somebody explain to me what exactly transpired to lead to the summoning of Cthulhu as a PR representative.
Oh, Nighttrotter wanted to make a complaint regarding Greaves's products that he provides free of charge, I might add, to noble animals. You know, he's just being a choosy beggar, and so he's been invited to contact Greaves's PR department, which is Cthulhu, of course.
You know, I feel like being a noble fox is being more and more appealing to how I'm being poked around right now.
Okay, I have a few comments about that, and questions. You're complaining about free stuff, first of all.
Yeah, he's being a choosy beggar.
Secondly, Greaves, that was the merchant, correct?
See, somebody who knows who Greaves is.
More like who's heard of Greaves, at least.
Well, yeah, he's infamous. Everybody knows who Greaves is.
Anyhow, Greaves immersion. And his PR department is Cthulhu.
I have a weird question. How do you transfer images over to the one thing?
I feel like I have told you this at least 15 times. You copy and paste it.
I know. But it won't let me do that into the window unless I have to go to the other thing.
Are you trying to paste it into Fantasy Grounds?
No, I was trying to put it in the image folder.
Right click and go to paste. Alright. I think the Sorcerer and Noble Wolf are finished. So I am going to call this done for now because I am tired of working on this. Instead, let's play some games. Knight, get to work. You've got all the information you need for your character now.
And I opened it, so you... No, I haven't opened it. Or does it matter if I'm there or not?
You don't have to be there, no.
Okay, that's fine.
Anyways, guys, thank you all so much for joining me for these tabletop preparations. You know, kind of a more relaxed stream where I just needed to get some work done. Considering this was about 4.5 hours. You know, I appreciate you guys bearing with me for working on this stuff.
I cannot connect to the host.
Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon. All those good things there on the website, as well as down in the description below. I will return in just a few moments with some... I think I'm going to do some Total War Warhammer 2. Yeah. That sounds like fun. Just, you know, killing things and stuff. But anyways, thank you again so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu. For now, I will be right back.